We had so much fun hanging out last evening, building the van and schmoozing and chatting about all things van and mysticism related. We were thick in the throes of installation, which is where we still are today. We stripped the van bare. We scratched off all the rust with an angle grinder. We painted over it. We did 2 coats of paint after a rust stabilizer, and we are now on, we did sound deadening, let's not forget that, and we are now on to insulation. We are heavy on our way, and we have upgraded from yesterday. Gloves, long sleeves, and long pants and closed-toed shoes. So the itch is just gonna be my face. And I actually just wiped my face a little because I saw there was something on it. And I wiped it with my itchy sleeve. And now my nose is itching, but c'est la vie. Okay, great. Great. Welcome. I see some people here. Let me share the link. And we will be, let me know if people can hear me. Let's get a thumbs up from some people in the chat. And then I will give a quick update where we're up to. And then people are welcome to join and chime in and say hi and ask questions and all those fun things. Okay, so we're doing this Rockwool soft insulation. We got our little chopping board here based on yesterday's chat's recommendations. We filled 1 column, 2 column, 3 column, 4 column, 5 column, 6 column, 7 column, 8 column, 9 column. And we did the same on the flip side behind me. And now we're filling out the door. So all around there is insulated, shoved as much as I could down there, up in these crevices as well, down here. All of the big open spaces, we're just gonna put in a chunk of foam board, XPS, and then just seal it up with some spray foam. But all the nooks and crannies and crevices, we're first shoving with as much Rockwool as we can. All right, looks like people are joining us. Say your name, say where you're from. Let's know what you're up to. And I'm gonna try and, as I move around the van, I will reposition the camera so that you can hopefully both see my beautiful face and see the work that we're getting up to as we hang out on this fine day together. Dale is back, return guest. Very good. Dale was a huge help yesterday with some of our technical engineering questions. I felt very supported by Michael Dale. So good to have you back, Michael. Okay. Michael, did you catch the little catch up of where we're up to today? I mean, you basically saw. I did a bit more installation since yesterday, but you were with us, so you basically know what we're up to. I will give a little trick. There is a way to catch up during a live stream, mid live stream. Get this: if you go back to the beginning and you begin to play at double speed, you can catch up to us in real time. I mean, we're only 3 minutes in and I haven't said much other than welcome, introduction, and what we're up to. Okay, what we're specifically up to is we did the right door. All of these crevices around got Rockwool, and on top got Rockwool. Now we are moving on to door 2, and the upper crevices have been Rockwooled, and we're now getting down on the lower crevices. Welcome, SM. Good to have you here with us. All right. We also pray and hope and wish for a free Palestine and people be free in every part of the world as they are, free internally and externally. Thank you for your well wishes. All right. Michael says, glad to be here. I did catch up and caught another one of my amazing Ask the Jew is this morning. They are super insightful. Thank you. I'm so glad. Those dialogues have been insightful and helpful. We have another one, a full one that is basically ready to be posted. The video has just been glitching a little and I need to finish up the thumbnail, but I'm so glad. It's also a place where we can have real conversation and dialogue and get to hear each other and not just yell slogans at each other. So that's nice. I am in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Where are you, my friend? Okay. Let us, okay, let me swing the camera around so we can see what's up. So we can see what's up. So we can see what's up. Okay, I have to remember to charge the battery of the camera, of the phone. Okay, we're plugged in right now. And hopefully we can see what we're working on. Great. We're gonna go in here. And I wanna try to get, oh, that cavity goes all the way up. It's a nice tall cavity. So we're basically measuring the cavities and then we are cutting out an approximately sized piece of rock wool and then we're stuffing it in. So let's measure. Oh, that cavity ends. Okay. Great. I'm gonna say that's 13 inches. And then we go width 13 by 6, let's say. Hi, silent speaker. Good to have you here. 13 by 6. Let's cut a piece. That's about 6. And let's cut 13. And that's 13. Great. We may as well go 14 because, oh, people can't see I moved to cut. Well, I'm probably gonna get a little lazier as the live stream goes on, but for now I'll try and show you everything we do. That's about the size we need. We have our chopping board, we have our bread knife based on, I think, Michael's suggestion yesterday. How's my audio, by the way? Can people hear me well? I don't have my mic plugged in at the moment because we have the phone charging instead. I can either charge or mic up. Those are the options. All right. Hey friends, how's everyone's day been? How's this time of day, by the way, for people to join in on the stream? Because I can stream earlier in the day, maybe. Oh, let's get in there. Now the trouble with this rock wool is that it is malleable, but it's also like if I pull on it too hard, it will just break apart. So gotta kind of gently persuade it into the spaces that I want it to go to. That's pretty good. Oh, yep. Oh, that's very good. Great. That cavity's filled. That's what we're talking about, people. That is what we're talking about. And hopefully, as the car bumps along the road, they will kind of jostle themselves further into place, is at least what I'm hoping for. Okay, there's still a bit of a gap on top, but that's good enough for government work, as we say. Do your best, cork the rest, as I learned yesterday. A little quieter when facing away, but still totally clear. Okay. All right. Please let me know if my audio is getting too quiet. And I will plug my mic in because our battery is now at a nice 82%. Michael says there are two types of the itch. One will crumble / tear when fussed with too much. The other is so dense you can't bend it. Wait, what's the other itch that you can't bend? I mean, the other thing that I can't bend is the XPS, is the hard foam. But are you calling that the itch as well? I don't think I get the itch from the hard foam. Maybe I just haven't cut enough of it up. Okay, let's do the same now for the right side of the cavity. Okay, There is like door latch mechanisms here. And I don't know how much I'm going to be interfering with them. This one, for example, I just unscrewed the whole mechanism. That actually would have been fun to see on the stream. Oh well. And then I stuffed foam into there, and then I screwed the mechanism back in place. And then I just kind of shoved that around a little so that I could dig in appropriately. Okay. Let's go for the right side now, and I do see, yeah, there is some door latch mechanism. And it's probably not going to love getting rock wool inside of it, but all good. Michael says it is the same but different, and the rock wool not the XPS / blue board, maybe a higher R value, R factor. It's the same but different. Rock wool. Oh, you're saying there's two types of rock wool, the hard rock wool and a soft rock wool. Is that, am I understanding correctly? Silent Speaker asks, any tips on how to pull out of the dark night of the soul? I'm finding it extremely difficult. I'm sorry to hear that. That's a challenging place to be. I think one of the great gifts of mysticism is in giving us a cartography of the human spirit. It gives us space to be in those places and understand that they are an important and integral part of the journey, even if a unpleasant one. And the knowledge that God is as much in the absence as God is in the presence. And that's a helpful thing to remember. So maybe it's not about pulling out or escaping it, but about learning how to stay with it, how to go through, how to travel through it, and to take its blessing. You know, when Jacob wrestles with the angel, and he finally overcomes the angel, and he says, and the angel says, "Let me go." And he says, "No, I won't let you go until you bless me." There's a sense that the things that we grapple with and struggle with in life, we shouldn't let them go until we get a blessing from them, until we see what their blessing is for us. So that's my blessing to you. Okay, let's do the right side now. Let's measure, cut, and stuff. That's basically the pattern we're doing here. And let's adjust camera. Right side. Maybe I won't go too hard here because there is a mechanism. We'll go up into the mechanism. Or thereabouts. Okay, that's like, let's say that's 5 inches. Let's say 5. And then we can go up about 10, so 5 by 10. Great, 5 by 10. Let's cut. That's 10. How wide is that? It's too wide. Oh, I need like one of those cameras that follows me automatically. They do make those. So that's 5. So we want 5 deep, and we want 10 long. So let's go this way. 5 by 10. Whoop. Doesn't it look delicious? You just want to take a big bite out of it. All right. Personal questions. Has my journey been filled with much doubt and loneliness? or have I been pretty blessed? I've both been blessed, and I've had a journey which was filled with doubt and loneliness, and I don't I don't I don't take those to be mutually exclusive. I'm glad that was helpful. Do I have a destination in mind for your first van trip? Santa Cruz. I think the basic idea is that I'm gonna be following the weather, so following the good weather, migrating. So if I end and it's getting cold up here, I'm in the Pacific Northwest, then I will head down south, and if it's getting cold, and if it's getting warm, no, if it's getting cold, I'll head down south. If it's getting warm, I'll head up north, basically. So either, I guess, Oregon, Washington, or California, all the way down to maybe Baja, who knows. Okay, that's a nice fit. And the latching mechanism still works, albeit with a little more effort. Okay, this is gonna be just a pure block of foam. Let's see what other little cavities are there. Well, that's a nice big cavity. That's a whole cavity here, and that's a cavity too. There's no good, easy access to that cavity. All right, we may have to, some of them may just have to not be filled. But this seems like a fillable cavity right here that my hand is in. Ta-da! Let's give that a rough measurement. It is something like 3 deep and let's say 10 long. And I need about 3 tall or so. Okay, great. Oh, this looks like the perfect piece. I love this when we're in the middle of cutting and we have just the perfect piece for us. Let's get 10. Oh, that's so perfect. Okay. Now the harder part is gonna be, how's everyone's day been, hey? How are we all doing out there? The harder part is gonna be getting this inside. These are both open, but that's a bigger opening, I think. Okay. Let's start here, and then let's swing to the right. All right. Coleos. That's inside of there nicely. This one goes up into here. And that's a whole big cavity with lever cables. Sup, Gmail user. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Okay. Indeed, there are Jews live streaming on YouTube. Question from Michael. What does the religious landscape feel like day to day Israeli life when you're home? When you're home? Does it vary from community to community or from rural areas? Just, I haven't lived in Israel for some time now. I lived there for a bunch of years, but I've been in the U.S. back now for like 2 years, maybe 3 years or so. So I can't speak to the current experience of living in Israel. Although I did live there a few years ago, for a few years, so I can chat about it in the past. But your question feels more of a present day question than a past question. Okay. Why not? We could throw some foam in there. Yes, there is latch mechanism, but also there's ample. Yeah, it is crazy. It's been 2 years and maybe even more. I don't really keep good track of time, so maybe more. so we'll understand what we're dealing with here. Okay. All right, nice big cavity. I see no reason not to go in. Let's give it a quick measure. That is, let's say, 12.5 inches, 11.5 inches by 'Where are we going to? What's in the other end there? Oh, it goes all the way to the wall. Oh, I have no idea where that even goes. Well, that's a wall. Whoa, there's no way. That's 12.5. There's no way I'm going to be able to get the piece to go all the way inside there. Unless I can. Should we be ambitious? What do we say? 11.5 by 12.5? That's 5.5. Oh, wow. That's going to be tight. You know what? Let's give it a shot. Let's go 11 by 12, just to conservative. And then we'll see if we can get it in. Here's our little stacked cake, our chopping board, based on yesterday's suggestion. So let's go 11 by 12. What's that over there? That is 13. That is 14. Let's check that second. Let's go. It's 14. Okay, this is a very ambitious slice. And I have a feeling like it will not work, but yo, that's a big slice. That's a big slice of insulation cake for a narrow opening. All right. We have a troll alert. Oh no, let's see who's trolling. It looks like he's crafting a vault in his car to hide his money. That's very funny. I have a conversion box truck I love. I really enjoy exploring the Alapatian mountain range. Oh, beautiful. You know what, actually, I do love anti-Semites. I'll tell you why. If you read like the biblical narrative, it's always the haters of Israel that say the most insightful things about the people. Think about like Haman in the book of Esther. Think about Bilam, who goes to curse and then blesses the people. So I have a soft spot for anti-Semites. They often have insightful things to say. Just gotta pay attention, gotta listen. Okay. Where is this going? Sometimes they don't have insightful things to say. Sometimes they're just idiotic. But that's the price you pay. Why is this being filmed? Here's our Kabbalistic message in the making. Haaretz wants to know. It's being filmed because I did this last time, and I was like, oh, it would have been so much fun to live stream and get to chat with some sweet people while I do this and brainstorm and crowdsource ideas and hang out and answer questions together. Maybe there's Kabbalistic messages in the making, and maybe we'll discover them together, but mainly just to hang out and have fun and chat about vans and mysticism while we do this. Okay, this piece is definitely not gonna fit in. Van and mysticism are intrinsically linked. Yeah, let's hear how and why, please. Go on. I'm wanting to get that inside there, but that's leap seems very unlikely, given how small this hull is and given that there are cables in the way. Eeks. I might cut this up. I might cut this up into smaller pieces and then try from there. What kind of appliances do you plan on installing? Great question. Last time I went pretty threadbare on it, and I was not so appliance heavy. Maybe this time we'll do a bit more appliances because it's a bit of a bigger build. Too much of a hesach hadas. Okay, interesting. Actually, I emailed a bunch of the companies that make appliances, and I was like, hey, I'm streaming this whole build. If you want to get your product out there in front of people, send me your appliances. So maybe one company has been messaging me back, which would be great because these 12-volt appliances get super expensive. Oh, you're distracting me. No, this is all part of the work, my friend. This is all part of the work. Okay. Block number 1. Let's see how we do. I hope that this thing is kind of pivoting to the right. And not just being squished right up into the wall. I kind of enjoy this troll who's joined us in the chat here. Jews, we are powerful. We're so powerful. Thanks for reminding us. See, this is a great example of the things that we need to listen to the anti-Semite. We forget our own power. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us. That's very kind of you. I know you don't necessarily mean to be kind, but you can't help yourself. All right, how do we get this to spin? Which direction is it going? Is it going left? That would be not good. I actually can't see which direction it's going. Bum, 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 bum. Ugh. Cool. If I get something from behind, I could kind of shove it in the right direction. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if that did anything, frankly. What's our battery? Oh, our battery's doing fine. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay. It's not really what I was trying to do, but I'll take it. Zevi, do you encounter much disfavor amongst mainstream / Orthodox scholars for your leaning towards the esoteric? No. Esotericism has become a very respectable field within mainstream scholarship. If that's what you mean, if you mean in academia, unless you're asking about Orthodox as in religious scholars, I'm not. Let me know if I'm misunderstanding. Troll or not, he may speak some truth. I believe a large proportion of the president's funding did come from that direction. Doesn't mean that there's any sinister involved. Yeah, I don't know quite enough about politics and lobbying to speak to fundings and whatnot. Tell you what, I ain't getting none of that lovey money, so that's all I know. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ba da da dee da da dum. Ba da da dee da dum. Ba dum ba dee da da dum. Yeah, my, yeah, my. Yeah, my. Okay. Yeah, my, yeah, my. Who is my favorite non-you religion tube scholar Zev? What? Oh, not. I'm not even my own favorite. I can't pick favorites. These are my friends. What do you mean? Who's my favorite? Justin, Philip, Angela, Andrew. These are my people. These are close friends of mine. No favorites amongst friends. Okay, let's put some more. We can get some more in here. I think that we can get like 8 inches or so in there. Hey Shane, what's up? Welcome back. Where's our knife? There it is. We're sitting on it. Perfect. And oh yeah, Shane Shabbos. Abeim Habbos. Oh, the troll is still here. That's so much fun. I wonder why you're still hanging out with us. Bro, shave your beard. You'd look much good. You look much good being clean shaven. I kind of like my beard. It's a symbol of my Jewish pride. Sorry about that. But I appreciate the compliment. Does it bother you that I'm a proud Jew? Does that upset you? Chris votes. Let's take a vote here. Let's see who likes the beard. The anti-Semites don't like the beard. That's a reason for me to keep it already. Ah, you're a Catholic. You should be a follower of Christ then. I don't know if you're quite living up to his example, my friend. Does Christ want you trolling people on the internet? I don't know. I learned a lot of lessons from the first van, yes. Biggest lesson was do not have windows all around the van. Going for a passenger van was a mistake retrospectively. Also, you don't need a deck on the roof. That's extra and largely unnecessary in my experience. Michael says the beard rocks. All right, looks like the chat is in favor of beard. Jesus is truth, brother, says Gmail user who was trolling the chat. In what way is Jesus truth to you? I'm curious what that means. I'm curious how that aligns with your ethics of trolling Jews on the internet. I'm curious to engage with some real dialogue if you're interested and capable of that. So Gmail user says that Jesus loves y'all. Does that mean that you're supposed to love me too? What is Seeker of Unity? Seekers of Unity is the name of my project, my channel, where we get to explore mysticism across traditions together and understand that which unites us. Yeah, Jesus certainly rocked a beard like mine, not like clean-shaven trolls. So, good. Touche, Michael. Touche. You do see in all the iconography that Jesus has got a nice, beautiful beard, right? Yeah, he certainly was Jewish. I don't know how anti-Semites like that, but he certainly was Jewish. And not just Jewish, he was a practicing Jew. He was a law-keeping Jew. He wore tzitzis and kept Shabbos and kept Yom Tov and Sukkot. He was a... We love all your juice, but hate your socialist lobbying in our government. We get hated for all different reasons for our socialist lobbying. All right, as long as we're clear what we're hating and why we're hating it. You know, some say Jesus was a bit of a socialist himself. I don't know. All right, we got some foam in there. I'm feeling happy with that space. What type of mysticism is this? This is the mysticism in the ordinary. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. That's what we're about. This is mysticism and van life. We do a lot of academic stuff on the channel, a lot of scholarly stuff, a lot of public educational engagement stuff, and this is just Zevi building his van and schmoozing with all kinds of fun and interesting people. It's the mysticism of getting to know strangers. We American, wow, so much to unpack in. Do we have a clear definition of mysticism? No, there's no consensus. I have a definition which I love and keep coming back to, from the scholar Peter Moore, that mysticism is unit of experience, unit of theory, and unit of practice. That's the definition that I love. And I love the poetic definition from Evelyn Underhill. These are my two most quoted definitions of mysticism. Evelyn Underhill says, mysticism is the art of unity with reality, or the art of union with reality. Phenomenal Anglican Christian scholar of mysticism. Love her definition. Do you have to change the electrical parts of the van much? I'm thinking about needing an outlet for plugging in a lamp or something like that. Seeing the unseen. I'm not changing much of the electrical parts of the van. The van is staying as it is. I'm just stripping out the whole back, and then I will add my own electrical get up in some way. Yeah, I'll have some wiring, which is actually on its way, and one of these next live streams might be wiring up the van, so you might even see that yourself. Okay, let's continue with the search for cavities to fill. Both back doors, I think we can say, are done, so let's move back into the main area of the van. Did you strip the back? Was it fully carpentered? It was not carpentered. It was a cargo van. So there was like steel shelving and a steel partition behind me. And then there was like this plastic, like a hard plastic that was covering the walls. And then there was a really difficult to get off floor with like these rusted and rotten L-tracks. So I tore that all up. That took a lot of elbow grease to get out. Mackenzie Bell says, has the law of Moses been fulfilled? We're fulfilling it right now. I'm wearing tzitzis. I'm fulfilling the commandment of Moses to wear tzitzis, the commandment of God passed to the people of Israel through Moses, etc., etc. We're always fulfilling the commandments. Fulfilling law is like a weird word. It's not much of a Jewish word, more of a Greek word. We're fulfilling the mitzvot, the mitzvahs, the ways to connect to God. There was trim though, just not bare frame. Yeah. There was trim. There was steel partition, some sort of composite floorboard. The ceiling was bare, but everything else needed demo. Did I? I don't think I filmed any of that. Okay, let's focus on the next columns to fill. Here is our next column, and let's just go one by one, and we will fill these columns. All right, Gmail user. The New Testament is the real word. Come back to Christ. I so appreciate your desire to save my soul. Very kind of you. See, you really are a kind person. Let's say that's 2 inches, 2 and a bit by 2 and a bit by 16 and a half. 2 and a bit by 16 and a half. 2 and a bit. Oh, hi. 2 and a bit by, let's go for a bit more than a bit. 2 and a bit, let's give 2 and a half, let's say, by 16. Did we say 16 and a half? What did we say? Or 16 flat, 16 clean. What did we say? Ah, 16 clean looks right. Cut twice, measure once. Nice, perfect. What type of wood have we chosen for the interior? Do we plan on standing finish or going with something kind of upholstery? I'll probably use a bunch of wood. What I used last time was actually, I used a bunch of pine tongue and groove, which was annoying to work with because of the shape of the van. There's no straight walls here. I also used, I think it was like shiplap, and then I kind of just sanded it down and put a bit of like a oil finish on it. That actually looked really nice, and it really was not expensive, and it wasn't heavy, which is important. I'm trying to keep the weight down. Maybe something like a slatted kind of vibe. I'm pretty much going to go into Home Depot and see whatever's not too heavy and not too expensive, and I can kind of work with visually. Speaking of heavy, here's a question for the engineering inclined folk in the chat, the Michaels of the world. Subfloor, I have like 3/4 inch engineered OBS, I think it's called. OSB? OBS? OSB? It's very heavy, and I understand that I need something with a bit of density so I can screw into. I used plywood last time. Plywood was like just as heavy. I'm trying to think if there's any way to do that lighter. Because it's heavy, it's like a lot of weight, but, or maybe it just, I don't know. Okay, let's do the next side, which is probably the same dimensions. So let's measure. Two inches. What did we say? The other side was 16? I'm guessing this is 16 too, right? Yeah. That's 16 as well. 2 inches by 16, but it's thinner. 2 inches. 2 inches by 16. So that must be 16. That's right. And then we can cut 2 inches of that. Perfect. Perfect. friend told me that they were watching the live stream after, and they were so impressed. I asked them what they were impressed by, and they said they were impressed by the installation of the backup camera. And then I was laughing because it's the one thing which we gave up on and failed to install, but I guess they missed that part of it, so. As long as you don't see the part that we failed, it's impressive. Okay, we will come back to it though. There will be a backup camera, just not yet. I left the mess of wires is the aftermath of that, and we've gone on to something else. Yeah, Chris, I agree with you about Mr. Gmail user who is trying very hard to save my soul. I do think if you're trying to save people's soul, you've got to be and bring them to Christ or Jesus or to whoever. Your words are really not really helping. You got to be a good example of what it means to be a good person, following in the way of Christ, Buddha, Muhammad, whatever it is. And then I'll be enticed. I'll be like, oh, you're a good person. I wonder what makes you a good person. Maybe it's your relationship to God through insert religious character, and then they'll make me interested in learning their wisdom too. But coming here and just insulting me is not really, it's not enticing me to Christ, if you know what I mean. Be a good person, and I'll be made curious. And I know many wonderful Christians, and their actions speak volumes about their teachings and about Jesus, and they make me interested as a Jew to learn about them as a Jew and to appreciate the wisdom in those traditions by being a good human, by bringing donuts and coffee, as Chris put it. Okay, Michael says you definitely want something substantial if you're hard mounting to it, and 3/4 is pretty standard. I'm sure there's a composite or recycled material, but I couldn't say if it'd be heavier or hulled. Yeah, good call. You could always go a little thinner with the wood. I guess I could do a 1/2 inch. I think I did 1/2 inch plywood last time, because it was just like too heavy for me to maneuver around one person. Whatever. I have 3/4 now, but the guy at the store said I can, if I don't use it, I can bring it back and switch it for something else. So we'll see. We will burn that bridge when we get to it, as my little brother likes to say. Let's measure. Measure and cut. Let's rinse and repeat. 3 inches wide by presumably 16 tall. Oh, there goes my yarmulke. 16 tall. Yarmulke goes back on. What did we say? 2 wide? Oh, that goes 3 wide. 3 by 16. And okay. Apology accepted, my friend. I love you too. I love you too. But just try and think about what it means to actually love someone. It means you gotta be responsible towards them. You gotta be careful about how you speak, about the types of tropes and stereotypes that you're perpetuating that causes people to hate and commit violence. That's not love. Think about what love entails. Love demands things of us, right? We don't just love Jesus and then get to act the way however we want. It demands something of us. What does it say in the New Testament? For God so loved the world, John 3:16, that he gave his only son. Love demands sacrifice. Not just to say love and then to act in other ways. All right. Dale says, Michael Dale, if you're worried about mounting strength, you could always use a subframe / blocking to the floor where needed and foam around it. That's an interesting point. That's interesting. Yeah. Wow, Michael, you're very creative in your suggestions. I appreciate it. It is funny also to like spend a lot of time just like hanging around other van life spaces and then to actually hear an engineer's perspective. It's funny. Thinner floor, but beefed up where I needed it. It's actually interesting because in the last build, I didn't really mount that much to the floor at all. Because I mean, I didn't really finish out like the cabinetry side of it. I kind of just chucked in a dresser and chucked in a bed and called it a day. So, okay. Where's next? That's filled, that's filled, that's filled. Oh, I see a cavity back there. Back corner. Back corner. Also 2 inches. Also 16 tall. Oh, I think we have our piece ready and waiting for us. Let's give it a shot. Perfect. 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 Great. Shakespeare says hi. Welcome, Shakespeare. Big fan of your work. Okay. Next, we're gonna do back that corner. Let's work around. We'll work from bottom to top, or top to bottom, and then we'll hit the sliding door. I'm gonna switch the mic on because I'm not charging at the moment. And you tell me if the mic makes the audio better or worse. Okay, we're gonna do a bit of an A/B test. Okay. Battery on, receiver on. Michael says he's impressed that I work from them daily, but just wing every project on my own. It mostly works out, but there's always happy not so. I mean, a plan might be a little of. I have like a vision maybe, but I appreciate that. That's kind of you to say. Let's confirm this audio. Do we hear a difference in the audio? Is the audio now better? Is it worse? I'll walk around the van a little and we can see. Okay, we're going up for this corner and we're gonna measure twice. 16 by 2, as expected, and that is 14. That's not quite tall enough, which means we're gonna have to get a new block out. What do people say about the audio? Audio sounds good. Does it sound better than before or just good? I should use the mic because this is looking silly. The magnet rather. Maybe audio is better from afar. That makes sense because I'm bringing the mic with me. Okay, let's put down these blocks of delicious mineral candy floss. candy, cotton candy. That's what you call it in America. We have our chopping board, and now we have a new slab. And what did we say? 16 by 2? Let's go 16. What's this in length? That's 23. It's longer than we need. That's 16 is right there. And Jude says they can't hear a difference in the audio. Interesting. Let's go 2. Okay. All right. Sweet. That's a good fit. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done, and there's a cavity here. So onto this one. Bum, bum, bum. It's about 2 again, and presumably it is. It is indeed not 16, it is 14 this time. It's narrower. What do you know? 2 by 14. Oh, which may be the size of this old block. That is 14. Great. So we can cut a clean 2 inches off. Off here. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see what the chat has to say. Oh. Definitely not. Lots of cavities. Bad hygiene. Oh. Mr. Gmail user, YouTube is automatically blocking your comments now because you're using profanities. Maybe we don't want to use profanities and ad hominems. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Okay. What kind of music do you listen to? I actually have really gotten into a Israeli brand called Mikedem, Miqedem. It's kind of this like Hebrew worshipy kind of music. It's really a vibe. A lot of psalms. They have some really beautiful like renditions of some beautiful passages from the Book of Psalms and Song of Songs. They're really gorgeous. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's done. Let's see. Okay, we got 2 cavities down here on the left. Let's approach them next. Ba-dum-ba-bum-bum. Let's measure and cut. Yeah, they're sick. Macadam is good. Their most popular song is, what is it, Psalm 23? Adonai Ro'i, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not lack. But also some of their lesser popular songs are just so beautiful. So, so beautiful. Okay. What is the dimension of this cavitation? Do I know Israeli? Do I know Hebrew? Yeah. I speak Hebrew. Blues sound playlist last night. That was pretty good. Oh, please share that. Can you share a link in the chat? That sounds really cool. Uh, 22 by 3.5. 22 by 3.5. That's too short. 22 by 3.5. Let's go. We need like a wide angle lens here. That's like a little over 22. That's fine. 23. That's good enough. By, what did we say? 3.5? 3.5. Great. So let's measure out 3.5. And let's indicate that again here. And again at the end. All right, and let's cut. Oh, that was a good twist. By the way, this bread knife cuts so nicely. Thanks. I think it was Michael for the suggestion. All right. By the way, I will say wearing long pants and long sleeves has made all the difference. Do I have a goal when I want the van finished? I don't have a goal. I have like a guesstimation. I keep wanting to eat this stuff. What if it tastes really good, actually? My guesstimation is like a month or two of work. That's my guesstimation. But you never know with these things. Sometimes a job that you think is going to take you all day ends up taking like 10 minutes. And sometimes you think a job, and this is more the case often, a job which you think is going to take 10 minutes takes all day. So it's hard to say. Oh, that's a nice fit. That's a great fit. Oh, you didn't even see that fit. Sorry. There it is. Great little fit. I want it sticking out just a little so that I can like compress the XPS foam board into it. I think the XPS has a bit of a higher R value, because I'm just thinking now, like, why didn't I just fill all of this with rock wool? I'm like kind of getting the hang of the rock wool now. All right. I do think Michael can confirm, but I think XPS has a little higher R value. Cold Psalm in blues. For some reason, there's no share option to copy the link. It's tied to the music app. I think the chat doesn't. I think YouTube stops people from posting links in chats, something like that. Never started playing Project Afternoon for a reason. Yeah, totally. Totally. What happened to our favorite local anti-Semite? Mr. Gmail. Did we lose you? Okay, next. Next. Let me show you the hole that we're working on now. Right behind us this way. Left side. Measure once to, let's say 2.5. And let's say 2.5 by 20. Oh, that goes all the way up. 2.5 by 20. How high do we get up? By 25? 2.5 by 25. 2.5 by 25. So this is 23. Maybe 23 is enough. Is that consistently 2.5? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. Good question, Michael, about anti-Semitism. I think that from like a etymological standpoint, like from a pure meaning of the word, it would or should apply to all Semitic people. But I think in the way that the word has come to be used, it refers exclusively to Jewish people. I don't know how that usage developed over time or why it was restricted from all Semites, namely all descendants of the biblical Shem, son of Noah, to just Jewish people. I don't know how that transition happened. Maybe our local chat anti-Semite can shed some light on that. All right. Sorry. I keep forgetting to readjust the camera. Beautiful. Great. Okay. Next, let's find our next cavity. This is technically a cavity, but I think it might just be foam that's going inside there. It's a great big cavity. It's a large cavity indeed. Oh, that's a cavity right there, and right there. Let's do those. Let's measure. I feel like we maybe don't even need to measure. Maybe we could just pop this right in. Great. I'm happy with that. No need to measure. Next one here. Do I have a piece that looks appropriately sized lying around? I wonder what the interesting question. Interesting question. That's something like 16. That's 10. That's more like it, actually. And alto, you want to go about 3. 3 tall. It's a good question. I am less across that literature in a way that Justin perhaps is. My intuition is, and my intuition from reading a lot of the recent scholarship, is that there seems to be 2 trends. There's a trend, or there was a trend in earlier academia, which tended to overemphasize change and discontinuity. And then there's obviously a tendency in, let's say, the more religious world to emphasize continuity and similarity. And I think that and I hope this isn't just like a truism or a cliche or something, but I think that like the basic understanding of a philosophy of identity teaches us that all identities, insofar as they are an identity, must and are always consistently changing in ways and staying the same in ways. And this is kind of like a general, I'm not speaking to specifics here, just a general point. And I think that in any discourse about the change or remaining of a core of something is that change and continuity and discontinuity are actually 2 sides of the same coin that are in a deep, to use a fancy word, dialectical relationship with one another. And I think sometimes we forget that when we oversimplify discourses of continuity or discontinuity. There's a beautiful line from, that was too short. There's a beautiful line from the Lebanese poet Khalil Gibran, who says that loneliness is a feeling too sad to know that faith is its twin brother. And I think that's true about so many of these dialectical questions of, for example, change and continuity, where one of them is like too lonely to know that the other side, that its flip side is its twin brother. And that's like to me, that's like an important truth to remember. What's that, 8 inches? That's 8 inches, and that's about 3. Okay. What are the pros and cons of van life? Being able to go wherever you want is great. Something you find yourself missing a lot. Yeah, for me, I can only speak for myself, obviously. The pro, oh, that's a little thick. The pro is the freedom, the adventure, the change, the ability to really immerse oneself and be in nature. When I'm on the road, I mainly try to be in nature, and I don't have a shower with me, so I mainly like bathing in lakes, rivers, and waterfalls, which is a really nice way to be in communion with nature. I mean, but with every choice like that, there's something that you're sacrificing. So when you're gaining freedom and flexibility, you're losing out on things like consistency and stability. Um, so I think those are another dialectic that you're needing to be in one side of it when you're sacrificing the other side of it. Do I have a favorite Rebbe, both from history or my own life? My Rebbe is my favorite Rebbe. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, is my Rebbe. He's my favorite. My spiritual father and mentor. Okay. That's done, that's done, that's done. Let's look at the left side on bottom and let's finish that out. I feel like we're actually making progress. I initially was looking around the van. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many cavities. This is going to take forever. But we're actually, I don't want to speak too soon, but we're actually making progress, which is nice. Okay, let's make some space. Someone asked if there's Kabbalistic metaphors here. And that's one metaphor, that every act of creation every act of creation begins with making space. Tzimtzum, first we make space, and then we enter the space. Ugh. Okay. What's the next step? Michael's ready for the next step. Well, next step within insulation is going to be spray foam for the holes that we can't fill with the rock wool, and then bringing in the foam board for the big pots. Along with that, thanks, Colin. I appreciate that. Just curious, got it. Is going to be, so finishing the installation, spray foam and foam board, and then there's also wiring to run, and there's a bit of a debate whether you should do wiring before installation or after installation. I don't know, and I might just kind of do it. I might just kind of do it in the middle when I'm waiting for some 14-2 gauge wire to arrive, and I'll maybe do some of it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to interfere too much with the installation. I want it to be kind of accessible, so therefore after installation, but before is kind of a neater way to go. We'll see. I'm not, but that will be the next, the different stage other than installation. Will be wiring. I actually have a document with the whole, I do have a plan. I have a document with all of the various stages, and I'm kind of taking them off as I go. I don't have my laptop near me, but if I grab my computer, I can show you that list. Okay, this is gonna be, you see there is already, oh, you can't see actually. There's already some spray foam because I was spraying earlier. I was doing some spray foam into some of the smaller holes just to get the hang of it. Will I be able to get around that wire? Say 22. 22 by 3 and a bit. All right, let's cut. 22 by 3 and a bit. Three and a bit by 22. And measure on that end, 3 and a bit by 22, perfect. Nice. You know what? I was not loving this material when we started working with it, but actually, I don't hate it. I think you get a bit of if you keep the text on the letter chronology without discounting the past as heresy, or the present in some form of theft. People change for many reasons. Agreed. What's the plan for running the wiring? Obviously, you don't want them pinched between like the floor and foam. Are you going to leave channels and or access to them for issues that arise down the road? Yeah, so for access reasons, I'm kind of inclined to have the insulation behind the wiring. Yeah. The sleeves totally make a big difference. Quality of life improved dramatically today because of long sleeves. Even though it was a little hot working in sleeves and pants yesterday, earlier today. I did buy some like channels, if that's what it's called, to like route the wire through. Like some of that like split channel, like the black bendy one. I might do that. The wire also comes in like its own double sheathing, so I'm not too worried about it. I think as long as there's no like sharp edges that the wire is running through that might get frayed over time, then I might be okay with that. But I will defer. If we have an electrician in the chat, that will be clutch. So clutch. I swear I'm gonna one time by mistake just take a bite out of this. Okay. Great, that's a good fit. Chris, thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for your beautiful presence and showing by example what it means to be a good human. You talked about staining the wood before. Do you have a color scheme for the interior? What I did last time was I had like just a lot of natural light wood. I didn't finish it all that much, and if I did, it was like a transparent finish, and there was really just nice kind of woody, light wood, pine, creamy kind of vibe, and then I accented it with like blue fabrics. So like I got some like nice deep blue bedding and curtains. So that was kind of the color scheme was like beige and blue, beige wood, blue fabrics. I do like blue, and I like the color of wood, so maybe it'll be something similar. Maybe there'll be some more black. Maybe like metals. Oh, that's a good idea, because I already have some black metals. Black metals, some black accenting, and then like beige and blue or beige and green. I like blue and green. Yeah, but color is important to think about. People don't think about color enough. Colors really tie a project together. Okay. I just noticed that we left this hole undone from yesterday, so we need a nice big triangle to go in there. That's not a triangle. Okay, that was a sloppy job, if I can say so myself. Oh, my face is the one thing that's exposed and the one thing that's getting itchy. I guess that checks out. I guess that maths. Okay. That's a shunky job right there, but we'll have to do. Is there another offcut? Because I could fit another piece in here. Just a small chunk, I'd say. Or we could just cut a little chunk from here. All right. that will do. Let's close that metal back up. Okay. I should probably go back around with some like glue or silicone and attach those actually, if I remember to. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to fill, or I want to fill the bottom of these cavities. Okay, I'm so glad I remembered. People, gotta remind me what we're forgetting to do here. Let's go. I'm just kidding. It's on me to remember. That's something like 8 inches. And this little chunk here, let's push this back now that we're mic'd up. Whoa. Quote you guys again. Don't forget to fill the bottom of the channels. Thank you. What do we say? 8 inches by, what's that? 3. What's this? That's 10. That's close enough. 10 is close enough to 8. And that's 6.5. So let's cut that in half. And then that will be good for 2 or so bottom channels. These channels are also kind of thin, so I'm actually going to cut this in half this way as well. Oh, that is too long. Let's take a bit of length off that. Perfect. Lovely. Lovely. And then this piece will be about half of this. All right. Next channel. We are making headway. Oh, that's an interesting shaped channel. Want to have a look? Do I know what kind of gas mileage the van was pre-conversion? It'll be interesting to know how much the added weight affects it when complete. That's a good question. I probably could check in the van's computer to see what the gas mileage was. Also, I took a lot of weight out. There was like steel heavy shelving in here. There was a steel partition. There was this like relatively heavy composite flooring. I don't think I'm taking out more weight than I'm putting back in. That would be maybe an exaggeration, but I took out a fair bit of weight. Okay, that is 3, and that is something like 5. That's a weird shape. Let me get some foam in there. How did we get foam in there already? I guess it fell in there. Okay, the foam can stay. But that's like, let's say 4.5 by 15. Okay, what's this? That's not long enough. That's not long enough. Yeah, the shelves, the shelves were heavy, and we did that on the stream. That was one of the activities that I probably should not have streamed for. Did we say 14 here? 14 by 4.5. It's a weird shape here. That is 18, that's too long. Let's go 14. And This is a weird shape because it kind of dips towards the back. But let's do an average of the dip. We'll go for 4.5. Let's see how this works. 4.5, right there. Great. Take a bite out of it. Yeah, I am tempted to every time. No jokes. Let's see how we do. All right. I mean, the material is very forgiving. It's like you can kind of just smush it in as long as you're like within an inch or two. All right, next channel. We're just moving one by one. Oh, we got a side channel here as well. We got this side and we got this bottom. I really should flip the camera to the other side because the channel's going that way. If we want to see. If we all want to see. Channel hull. Let's measure. Oh, interesting. This goes all the way up into here. Good question. Good question. How high do we want to go now? I want to come back later and hit this with foam. So maybe we'll just go up a chunk of the way. $22. Let's go more. That looks good to me. Let's call it 25. 25 by 2.5. 25 by 2.5. 25 by 2.5. Use it later. 25. Chop there. By 2.5. 2.5. It does seem. I guess so. Let's do 2 3/4 for good measure. Can we tell that Zevi's not left-handed? All right. Is the sun about to go down? No. Looks like we still have some time. It's already dark in Kansas City, Central Time. We are here on Pacific Time. And I think we still got another hour and a half of sunlight or so. Great. That's a snug fit. Just how we like it. And now we need a little piece for down here. Do we have a little piece ready to go? That's probably too big. It's about 3 inches. That's 4 inches. Let's take a bit off of that. And let's call that a day. All right. I reckon that's all right. That's all right to me. If that's good with you, it's good with me. Okay. That's going to be a weird piece of foam board. Joe says, bro, honestly, from hearing all the hatred towards your people, watching you kind of gives a different perspective. I'm glad to hear that. We are just humans. Only more sometimes. Yeah, it's good to connect with real humans and not just abstractions that are fueled by hatred and ignorance. Tara says hello. Have I ever heard of handing off energy at 5 a.m/5 p.m.? No, I'm not familiar. Or do I think it's 2 a.m., 2 p.m.? Sunrise, sunset. I'm not sure what you're referencing, but it sounds interesting. I'm curious to know more. All right, next cavity. Let's flip back around. Next cavity is right here. Golem making. I don't know what we're talking about. Hungry for Heaven asks, do I believe that Jesus is God? You know, I love this quote from the Christian mystic William Blake, who says, Jesus is God, and so am I, and so are you. I think Jesus came to teach us that we are all children of the Most High, we are all divine, and the kingdom of heaven is within. Do I think that Jesus is exclusively God? No. All right. Next cavity, let's measure and cut. Talking theology and van building. Has this been done before? Who knows? There we go. Speaking my language. Why not? Because I don't think that was his message. I think he was trying to tell us that we're God. And then everyone was just like, oh, we don't want to be God, you be God for us. Do I believe in a hierarchy of gods? No. There's only one thing, and that one thing is God. That's the only thing that exists. Speaking of real interactions, any advice on or teachings on escaping the toxicity of mass media and living in the world free from fear? Yeah, just get off your phone pretty much and go be in the world. Go spend time in nature with trees and humans. That's pretty much it. take a project, go volunteering, find a local project in your community, a community garden, an old age home, a bike workshop that needs your hands, get them dirty. And that's a great advice. What about John 10:30 and John 8:58? You're gonna have to quote the actual verses for me. I don't know my New Testament well enough to know what you're referencing, but happy to hear. Cats are the best. Yo, Zevi. Yo, cats. Okay, let's measure. Again, a question of how high do we want to go here. Let's say 20, 24, 25, and about 4. 24, 25 by like 4. Let's say 24 by 4. All right, we got our chopping station. What's this? That's 25. Let's do 25 then, because that's already the size that's here. And let's go 4. 4 is what we want. That's 4, and that's 4, and measure once in the middle. That's 4. Great. And now we can chop. There's my mark, and there's my mark, and there's my mark. Perfect. Ba-da-boom. Great. Oh, the chat is popping off. Hungry says, I don't want to seem pushy, just like talking. Yeah, you're welcome to talk. That's what the chat's for. It's all good. We had a lot worse today, I'll tell you that. For those that remember earlier, Mr. Gmail, he didn't particularly like my kind. He thought I should shave my beard, even though Jesus had a beard. Okay. Angels and jinn, cosmic entities, do you think they're commonplace to common folk? Probably not common, I would say. Yo says, how do you go from knowing something in your brain as a realization versus knowing it in your flesh? In the Jewish tradition, in the Jewish Kabbalistic tradition, we speak about the sphira, the attribute of dat, which is internalized knowing. And in order to achieve dat, which symbolically is located in the throat, which connects the head and the body, we have to act on it. We have to daven with an idea. We have to pray it into our bodies. We have to make it real by not just talking about it and thinking about it. And that's a very, very important aspect of life in general, and of mysticism in general, and of Jewish mysticism in specific. You should know today and place it in your heart, not just on your mind. Yeda. Hungry says, when Jesus says, I am the Father are one. Yep, I think all good mystics say, I and the Father, I and God are one. Sounds like good mysticism to me. When he says, before Abraham was, I am. Sure, insofar as we are God, we predate Abraham and all things. Sounds good to me. Michael says, that's an interesting perspective on the disciples. Reminds me of the people in the desert with Moses before the commandments. Almost like the law had to be handed down. Yeah, people don't want to hear. People don't want to hear it. This is not the AI plotting meeting about something in the sky. I think you might be at a different meeting. Zevi, you put me onto Shalom Shabazi. Just want to say thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. That comment has been held by YouTube, and I will keep it that way, but I got to see it. The responsibility, yeah, totally. That responsibility is a heavy burden. It ain't light. May you be one with the Father as I am one with the Father. What? What is going on? May you be one with the Father as I'm one with the Father sounds like some top shelf mysticism. I'm connected with God, I'm one with God, as are you, and I want you to know that too and feel that too. That sounds totally good to me. Yoda is being born. Dante, wish me luck. I wish you luck. Gotta go check out United Nations. All right. All right, Tara. Touch grass. Go touch grass. What do I think about when God says in Genesis 1, let us make mankind in our image? Who do you believe he was talking to? That's a great question. That's a great question. In the book of Genesis, God speaks in the plural. Na'aseh Adam b'tzalmenu, let us make mankind in our image. And there are many different thoughts and opinions within Jewish text about who God is speaking with. The Medrash asks, Bami Nimlach, who is God consulting with? And it answers all kinds of fascinating answers. One answer is that God is consulting with the angels, and the angels say, actually, we don't want mankind to be made, and that's a very fascinating discussion that the Medrash recounts. Another answer is that God is consulting with heaven and earth, which make up the human. Na'aseh Adam b'tzalmenu, let us make mankind. Another is that God is speaking to the souls of the righteous, which is a fascinating, and the Zohar has lots to say about it. So many fascinating comments within Jewish literature that have been addressed over those fascinating words. 3 by, let's say, 10. And what is this? That looks good to me. That looks good to me. All right. We have 2 more on the floor and then 1 on this side. Joe says, I'm assuming you'll get banned or something if you answer questions about that. I'm not sure what I'm going to get banned for. I'm not sure which questions I'm getting banned for answering. I feel pretty comfortable answering whatever comes up. Does God have a subconscious mind? That's a great question. According to Jewish mysticism, well, firstly, there's a distinction between God as God is and God as God chooses to reveal and express and create. And insofar as God in God's essence, we cannot say anything about, but God, as God articulates and expresses and creates and relates to the world, there is an aspect of what we might call subconscious or superconscious, which is the realm of Keter. So, yes and no. Is it the royal we? Angels or us? These are all, yeah, it could be the royal we too. That's also an opinion put forth, that God is being humble in that moment. What about the Trinity, though? Zevi, do you think that any kind of robot may be soulful like a golem with some kind of living crystal? I don't know. Okay. let's say 16 by 3. To Joe's question, I don't have any opinion on that. I'm not frankly, I'm not tapped into the political, and nor do I think the political is necessarily where I'm wanting to be tapped into. So I'm gonna have to unfortunately say I don't particularly know or particularly care to have an articulated answer for that. Sorry. 16 by 3. 16 by 3. By 3. Okay. What is my standpoint on demon possession? Ooh, I've seen humans that seem to be possessed by all kinds of demons, like fame and pride and glory and addiction, all kinds of things we get possessed by. All kinds of demons. Oh, so what am I building? I'm building a van. Well, I'm converting the van to be like a livable camper van. Fiddler on the Roof, love it or hate it? Semi-accurate. I saw it so many years ago as a kid. I think I neither love it nor hate it. Accurate? I don't know. I'd have to go back and rewatch it. When coming into, Yoel asks, when coming into Tiferet, do you have to be aligned with Keter to be anchored into Tiferet? You want to be aligned your whole center column. That's known as the Kav HaEmtzai, which is Keser, Das, Tiferes, Yesod, Malchus. You want to get them all aligned, ideally. Where are you in the US? I'm on, it is almost 8 p.m. here. I'm on the northwestern part of the US. Do I play any instruments? I used to play violin as a kid, but I haven't played in a long time. All right. We got 2 more holes on this side to fill. And then we will be done on this side. Let us measure and cut. We have some foam that I sprayed in above and it fell down into here. I'm gonna take it out and reposition it. Oh wow, it's kind of stuck in there. If I put it up here, then foam later can get caught up in it. That is not working. Okay, let's just take it out for now. And we can measure fresh. That's about 19 and a half. 19.5 by 3. Let's cut. Let's cut. By 3. That's 1. That's 2. And that's 3. Snug. Snug indeed. What are my thoughts on the afterlife, reincarnation, heaven, hell, sheol, etc.? Oh, lots of questions. I think it'll take like a month or two to finish. I don't keep up with the political climate. That's, yeah, I think there are other climates to keep up with other than the political. I do have family there. I thought you'll be working in the bank. Hopefully I'm not asking your friends questions. Not offensive. I'm just really not a political person at all, and it's not the way that I approach things. I don't think that it's particularly helpful. I mean, for some people it might be a helpful framework. I think there are other important ways to create a more harmonious and sustainable living for humans on the planet. Politics can be very toxic, and that's probably why I'm staying away from them. It affects people's lives. Certainly, it can be toxic and affect people's lives. Those are not mutually exclusive. What happened with your collaboration with Hysterica and the others? The collaborations are still happening. I'm just not producing so much content right now, so not much collabs going on. But we're still friends and collaborators and colleagues. To Michael's question, I don't think too much about the afterlife. I don't think that there's too much attention given to it in classic Jewish sources, biblical sources. Certainly, there's a lot of discussion in Jewish mysticism, but within the Hasidic world, the focus is much more on this world that we're in right now, which seems to be a focus, as opposed to getting caught up with other worlds. So that's more so where I am. Sweet. Okay, next cavity to measure and fill. All right, what's our height here? Height is like 22 or so, and our width is, let's say 5 and a bit. 22 by 5 and a bit. that's nice. That's 5. And that is 22. All right. Okay. Let's go this way. Okay. That cut was a little wide on the top, but that's all good. We'll compress it in. Did I ever talk about why I left Israel? No, I don't think I did. I don't remember. I don't chat too much about my personal life on the channel. It's not the Zevi show. It's a history and philosophy of mysticism for greater unity show. Okay. Let us identify the next cavities that we're gonna work on filling. Okay. So, it might be time to turn on the lights. Filled. Whoopsies. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Filled. Is this filled up here? Oh no, that's empty. And these are empty. All right, we have our next work cut out for us, is the upper channels. Oh, I know why I didn't fill them yet, because I wanted to spray foam beneath. Let's do some spraying, people. I do have a taller tripod for this activity. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let's get this camera a little higher because we're gonna be in a higher spot. Good luck with this. Good job. Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it. Hey, that's nice and tall. Let's put this down. And let's pop this one up. Sweet. Oh, that's real tall. Yeah, heaven and hell are here with us. That's kind of more the perspective of Hasidic mysticism. New schools of thought and the use of psychedelics in Torah learning. Are those the same thing, or are those two different things? I'm not following. All right. Vayihi or, and there was light. Okay. Yeah. That doesn't sound like a super Jesus thing to say, to be honest. Okay. Thank you, AY. I appreciate that. It's very sweet of you to say. About 15. 15 and a half. 15 and a half by by 5. Oh, that's a great big cavity. 15 and a half by 5 and a bit. Let's cut. Let's cut. 15 and a half by 5 and a bit. Mm-hmm. Fifteen and a half by 5 and a bit. Let's say 5 and a bit is that much. And that much. Perfect. Oh, my knee. Did everyone hear that pop? My knee's been popping lately. And not in like a good way. Okay. All right. It's decent. Decent fit. Yell says, I listen to your channel for hours. Love it so much. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for listening to it. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're appreciating. I'm glad you're liking it. Topping this. Yes, I hope to address the question of psychedelics more extensively in the future. You don't know anything about our book. Oh, as in the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible? Do you guys inherently believe you're better than everyone? No. Just better than some people. No, I'm kidding. We are all created equal in the image of God. One God. Bum, 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 bum. Some neo-Hasidic circles have begun to explore the use of psychedelics as tools for spiritual growth connection. What's your take on this? I don't know. I think people are free to connect in ways that they're connecting as long as they're doing it thoughtfully, mindfully, respectfully. All right, I'm seeing that YouTube is holding a lot of message, deleting a lot of messages. My apologies for that. But who and what defines orthodoxy in religion, particularly Judaism? That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't particularly like the term orthodoxy. I think it's kind of a misnomer and often anachronistic and um, really not what Judaism is about, if you're asking about orthodoxy in Judaism. You are particularly Judaism. I don't know. I think we all kind of maintain these status quo when we ascribe power to them. I don't think there's one person or group of people. There's no cabal that holds it together. It's just popular consentence. Am I an Orthodox Jew? I think people would see me as such and assume that I am, but I don't particularly identify as such. I think that I identify as a Hasidic Jew, and Hasidism, most people think is Orthodox, but I think it's really heterodoxical. I think it's orthopraxical. Yeah, I don't love the term Orthodox. Okay, next hall. Oh, we have an upper hall. Lots of cavities here. Oh, because I wanted to spray foam. I got distracted by all these questions. Let's spray some foam, and then we can get back to what we were doing. The question is, what kind of spray foam do we want to use? Let's start with this one. Got to shake this for a minute. Is that what it says? Yeah, minimum 60 seconds. Why are people so curious about this? What's going on for people that they're so curious? There were historically we didn't have antiseptics, and people used saliva because saliva has antiseptic properties. Today we have antiseptics, so people don't use saliva unless they're very traditional about things, and people that are traditional don't like to change the way they do things. Has this been a minute? Have I been shaking this for a minute already? I feel like it's been a minute, right? I was in the East Sierra Nevada mountain range, and that was gorgeous, all the way up to Yosemite, just Northern California. It's just beautiful, beautiful area. Well, I hope you were satisfied with the answer that I gave to the question. Oh, great. Joel says it's been a minute. This is tough to open with gloves on. That's one way of doing it. All right. The Tropica. Oh, Central America. You're very welcome. God bless you too, brother. Okay. I had a step stool for this last time. Let's grab a step stool. Now, I think the trick to this is doing a bit at a time and doing it slowly. Tropics. So I'm just going to go kind of along this rail and spray in because I want to fill this inner cavity. And let's get some light in this direction. Amazing. Amazing. Great. Okay. You don't want to overfill this because the foam expanding can actually be so strong that it can bend out the metal frame or the metal exterior of the van if you fill it up too much. So I'm just kind of gonna go along and spritz a little bit at a time. And we've already done, half of this is like already done because I spritzed foam like an hour, like a few hours ago. Whoa. Oh, hey, little guy. There's a little spider down there. I don't know if you want to be right down there now. Not a great time. Okay. Thank you, Ian. Whoopsies. Okay. All right. Can people still see what's going on? Or should I adjust the camera? There we go. Oh, stuff is leaking out. Uh-oh. Messy. You don't want to get the stuff in your beard, that's for sure. How cool does it sound when it's like being extruded? this. Alright. Oh. Okay. Whoopsies. I don't really know what's going on behind there. Okay. 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 Oopsies. Oopsies. Okay. Not bad. Let's hit the other side. Same story. Uh-oh. We're getting foam everywhere. This stuff is so sticky. Did I spray it before? Like this can is reaching its end. Whoopsies. Okay, we are definitely going to need more of this spray foam. I think that can is done. I know this might be silly, but I kind of want to give the van a bit of a shake back and forth to help the foam settle into some cracks. Whoops, there goes the live stream. Alright. My bad. Whoa. That just flew off. That's no good. That's not meant to fly. What is your... Time to get deep. What is your favorite nut and why is it pistachio? I caught us last... All the times that we almost felt I caught you and this time I let you fall. My bad. My bad. Wow, you went for a trip there. Should we try plugging you back in? Come on. There it is. Oh, turns back on. That's good news. My hands are all oh, sweaty here. The long sleeves are good, but I am sweating. All right, I think Zevi deserves a water break. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehakol nהיה b'dvaro. Yum. Is the mic working? Up. Oh no, I think I may have damaged the microphone. Oh, it's just dead, that's why. That's good. Okay, well if it's dead, I can just unplug it. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, they're dead, okay. Now we will have to charge. But I should not do that with sticky hands, so let's take off our gloves for a second and let's put things onto charge and then we can get back to it. Where's Miss Zev? You seem like you'd be a catch. That's very sweet of you to say. I don't know where she is or else I would be there trying to find her. But if you have any knowledge of her whereabouts, let me know. We hear you loud and clear. Okay, cool. I'm unplugging this mic because that needs a charge. And I went for a bit of a tumble. Pardon me. All right, what do I think the prophets in the past would have thought of later developments in Judaism? It's a great question. I think Judaism in some ways looks so different that they would have had a hard time recognizing what it's become, and then in some ways it is so similar and they would have been felt right at home. And I think that's part of the paradox of identity that we were discussing earlier. Amen. Amen. Okay. The question is, do we feel like we put sufficient amount of foam into these cavities so that we can go and cover them up now with rock wool? Let's have a look. These ones seem pretty full to me. Yeah, full and overflowing, I would say. Yeah, this side's good. Ooh, very full. Full and overflowing. How about this side? This side could do with a little more, for being honest. This can might be empty though. Doing this with bare hands. Oh, I forgot the mic is there now, my apologies. Doing this with bare hands is risky business. But let's see what's left in the can. Not a whole lot, as it turns out. I think this can is kaput. There's a bit more juice in it. Okay. I think this can has been milked. Its bitter end. Okay, I think I underestimated how much spray foam I would need and how much this can would hold. Okay. Okay. Sweet. Oh, my hands are feeling really clammy. What up, chat? How we doing? Right. Okie dokes. Oh, wow. There's foam like pouring out of that column there. I don't know if that's good or bad. also feeling hungry, like it might be time for supper. Ah, Ian. Have you had dinner? I have not. We still got juice. We still got juice on the phone. How about this? I'm gonna go inside, get myself some sardines, come back out. We can chill while I eat for a second, because I still want to do some more work tonight. I want to fill up those cavities and maybe even spray some more. How's that sound? The stream is not ending, Ryan. Ryan Gosling's here with us. We will go on. I'm just gonna jump inside, grab something to eat, and I'll bring it back out. And I'll real slow eating. All right. It only takes one little spray foam to go a long way. Yeah, it's like the miracle of Hanukkah, the spray foam that keeps spraying. Okay, I'll be back. Count. What time is it now? 8:34. I'll be back. All right. That was 2 minutes. We got some snacks. And we got a fork. Let's find a place to sit down. Ryan wants eye contact. Oh, almost got more than eye contact there. This chat is hilarious. Okay. We have some sardines for our main course, and then we have a surprise for dessert. I'm not telling you what it is just yet. The species are Sardina pilchardus. Wild caught and sustainable. Omega-3 and fatty acids. Sweet. Are sardines automatically kosher, or do they have to be prepared in a certain way? So the deal with fish is that any fish that have fins and scales are automatically kosher. And as long as you don't add anything non-kosher to them, they are GTG. They're good to go. Am I Jewish? My family's from Israel. That's so cool. I am Jewish, indeed. Yes, I am. I love you, Zevi. I'm glad only the audio of sardines comes through. Finally, but I love sauce. Interesting. Totally. They are a bit of a stinky fish. Not my first choice of fish, but we're out of tuna. You can put some foam in my cavities. I'm not a dentist, so I won't be doing that, Ryan. But I appreciate the invitation. So honored to have Ryan Gosling with us. Okay. The thing that we do as Jews when we eat is we make a blessing, we make a bracha. We remember who this food belongs to, and we call that presence into this act. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehakol nהיה b'dvarim. With my bare hands, it's not very sanitary. You might want a sterile condition for dental work. The crickets are really beautiful. Can you hear the crickets? All right. That was yum. Okay. Aha, the dessert is here. Do I do interviews, podcasts with just about anyone interesting? No, not really. I basically almost exclusively interview scholars of mysticism. If you're talking about like the more long form interviewee stuff. You talk when I'm hosting. When I'm a guest, I basically just say yes to. If someone wants to chat with me, I'm happy to chat with them. Pretty much. Okay, the dessert. We're about to see what it is. hard to open, that's what it is. There we go. Are you ready? It's great suspense. I never used to be into this, but I've been snacking on it lately. And I'm kind of developing the taste for it. Can anyone tell what that is? It's roasted seaweed with sea salt. Yeah, Andrew knows what's up. What's my educational background? What were your main studies? My educational background is a traditional Jewish religious education. I went to yeshiva and he studied Gemara, Halacha, Chassidus, Mishnayos, Chumash. So that's my background, studying Torah. And then I read a bunch of philosophy and academia on my own after that. Do I know if the tarot comes from Torah? Not that I know of. How do I feel about 9/11? It was a major tragedy that in which lots of innocent people lost their lives. A terrible, terrible day. Do I like Jung? I like some of Jung. I'm not crazy about Jung. A small screening up. Look at how beautiful the, you can't really tell in the camera because you're kind of catching a weird reflection, but it's kind of pretty. It's kind of fun to eat. Kind of like chewing it, but there's nothing to chew on. It just kind of dissolves in your mouth. Do I still talk to the guy that was the scribe? I know. Oh yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Yehuda Lawrence. Yeah, I mean, so I actually interviewed him as well, and he's technically not. Well, he's a scholar of mysticism. He's just not an academic scholar, but he's definitely a scholar of mysticism. I made a video on Jung's Job. I liked it. Check out the video. It does feel like you're eating the ocean, and I didn't used to be into it, but it's growing on me. Oh, Heidi's back. Hey, Heidi. Do your dogs like seaweed? Have I ever been tempted to try bacon? No, I have not. Yeah, I really liked making that video with you, Etta. It was really cool. Going through the olive face. They love it and kind of look like me when they eat it. I don't even know what that means, but it's funny. So I'm eating it the way that your dogs eat it. favorite Tanakh verse. There is a beautiful line in the book of Exodus where God invites Moses to hang out with him. And he says, Hine makom iti, here there is place with me, here there is space with me. I have space for you. That's a beautiful verse. I really love that one. So thin. Hey, Robert. I mean, they all lose so much in translation. Perfection and wholeness makes room, totally. I would say, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But I think like wholeness is about making room. There's something very divine in that moment. Chili sauce is not for me. I'm way too Ashkenazi for that. I don't care too much about the modern academic positions on that. To me, the Torah is not so much of a historical text as much as it is a spiritual and an existential text, if that makes sense. Let me see. I want to show you something. Where's my little light? Check this out. Look at this. Can you see that? Oh, that's too bright. It's like this really beautiful texture. It's kind of translucent. They really are fun to eat, even if it does just taste like the ocean. Yeah, it's a gem, totally, shining like jade. Sculpture. Where's one too? Sculpt out of. Oh, that's right. Heidi's an artist. That's true. Remember that from last time. That's such an interesting idea. Oh, how do I reconcile the Jewish calendar date versus scientific estimates? Again, I think there are two different questions. One's a question of chronological material time. The other is a question of chronology of meaning and narrative and myth making. Joel says, I've always wanted to start wrapping tefillin, but had a really hard time getting started. Your video really helped me. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad it was helpful for you. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, after we eat, in Judaism, we make a blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei nefashos rabbeis chesed al kol ma she'brasa la'achris b'hem nefesh kol chai barachei ha'olamim. We take a minute to digest, and then we'll get back to work. I'm going to check how spray foam is doing. And I think if we're happy with the spray, we can cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 12 bits of the rock wool for the lower channel. And we're moving right along. Moving right along. Do I think any book of prophetic nature, fictional and non-fictional, can become a source of mysticism if given enough scholarly attention? Any book of prophetic nature? That's a good question. I don't know if I fully understand that question, AY. If I'm understanding correctly, my intuition is to say yes. I think it's a yes from me, but I might need a bit more info. Appreciate. Oh, Michael, that's very sweet. I appreciate being able to share this life with you too. We share it anyways, right? We're all in this life thing together. May as well get some community going. Insofar as one can create community through digital mediums. But now we're no longer strangers. We can be friends. And that nice. Okay, that fork has to go back to the kitchen. Okay, I'm gonna digest for a minute, but while we're digesting, we can do some show and tell. We have some 3M high strength contact adhesive. Oh, Samir says hi from Iraq. Hi Samir, hi from the Northwest Pacific United States. We have some Loctite PL mead premium. I'm gonna have a big bottle of it. Big bottle of Loctite. Yeah, spray glue's the good stuff. Returning to spirituality. What advice would you give to someone who was atheist but is not returning back, but is now returning back to some form of spirituality, just been getting back into believing in God/divine love again from being an atheist? Interesting question. Take it slow. Don't rush. Find ways that you can be of service to others so you can channel what it means to be a divine agent in this world. Don't become a hateful religious fundamentalist. California is expensive. I'm actually a little north of California right now. I'm in Oregon, but I was in California. I was teaching down in Simi Valley. If a book becomes universal enough, would people be biased in drawing mystical knowledge from it? If yes, could you say that mysticism is man-made? I don't know. I think mysticism forces us to reconceptualize the boundary between the human and the divine, and that the question of is something man-made or is it divine becomes a different question in mysticism than it is in classic theology, or that binary between human and divine is more rigid. I think the mystics want to question that binary, or many mystics at least. Do I think that fundamentalism begets hate? Yeah, I think fundamentalism can lead to hatred because it creates essentialistic categories that cannot be questioned, and those include essentialistic assumptions and stereotypes about the other, which don't often leave room for true human encounter and nuance and question and doubt, which are all things that have the potential to nurture compassion. Okay. I think that's enough digesting for one day. I think we should continue with some cutting. One second, I'm just gonna mute this, and someone's trying to message me. 1 second. All right. Okay. Let's get back to work. Ahava oni. Oni. Oy matagidu. Matagidu loy. From your perspective, do I feel that Judaism has biblical fundamentalism in the way Christian romanticism is kind of counter from what I'm learning? No, Judaism does not have the same type of biblical fundamentalism, because Judaism today, by and large, there are some other small minorities, but by and large, Judaism today is Rabbinic Judaism. And Rabbinic Judaism is not a biblical literalist or a fundamentalist movement by constitution. So you don't have the same kind of fundamentalism that you have sort of structurally that you might find in, for example, Protestant Christianity. I sing a lot to myself while I'm building. I think I did some singing on the other live streams. That was a verse from the Song of Songs, chapter 5. How do you incorporate the idea of God in your daily activities? Some see God as a checklist, which I think is characteristic of fundamentalism. Others, a false guy, and then threw an F-hole. Yeah, I don't have a checklist God, or I try not to have a checklist God. I wish if I can learn Jewish by Arabic. No idea which site to find it. To learn Hebrew, there are probably many places that you could learn Hebrew. All of the Duolingo and all of these language learning apps. I would love to learn Arabic. Maybe we could trade. Okay. All right, let's see how our film is doing. Now that it's had a bit of a break to expand. Yeah, that looks good. That looks pretty full to me. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Let's get back to measuring and cutting. Inca's here. Hey, Inca. I think she smells the fish. Okay. Let's measure and cut. Let's start here. When I'm learning biblical Hebrew, am I actually learning Aramaic using the Hebrew alphabet? No. No. Biblical Hebrew and Aramaic are two very different languages. Biblical Hebrew is much closer to modern Hebrew than it is to Aramaic. Yeah. Which is not to say that biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew are the same things, but they're both Hebrews. If I understood that your question correctly, I may have misunderstood. Okay. 13.5 by 1.5. We're gonna want gloves for this. Ain't that right? I keep misplacing the gloves. Where'd I put them down now? 13.5. Oh, right here. 13.5 by 1.5. 1.5 is pretty shallow. Should we do 2 for good measure? 13 and a bit by, let's say, 1 3/4. Isn't the Kaddish in Aramaic? Yeah, Kaddish is in Aramaic, but Kaddish does not appear in the Hebrew Bible. Kaddish is in Aramaic, that's correct. B'yalma divrachi jusei, v'yamlich malachusei, v'yatzmach purkanei, v'karev mishichei. I'll sing you some Kaddish, the way that we say it on Yom Kippur. B'chayeicha, nov yayamecha, na-ma-ma-ma-ma-ma-ma. Thirteen and a half by 1 3/4, we said. Great. 1 3/4. 1 3/4. Oili Ela Mikol Berchasa V'Shirasa. Oh, my knee. My knee's no good. Whoa. I almost went for a trip there. Great. I believe some books were written in both, but wonder if they're translated one way or the other in published Hebrew Bibles. From what I understand, there are some Aramaic words that show up in the later books of the Bible, but I don't think there are any books of the Bible that are written in Aramaic, if I'm remembering correctly. There is a Targum. The Hebrew Bible was translated famously into Aramaic a few times, and sometimes when the text is printed, it's printed alongside the Aramaic translation, but written in Hebrew. Is scripture meant to be sung and not read? If so, has the tune to be carried down through history? Yeah, scripture is sung and there is a tune. There's trup, there's cantillation, there's notes, there's a nigun, and there's a nigunim in the Sephardi world, the Ashkenazi world. They're kind of similar and different in beautiful ways. Totally, we sing it. I love that. I'm so glad, Quinn, that you had an experience of divine love. I hope you find ways to channel that and to be a channel and vessel for divine love in this world. We need more of it, that's for sure. Okay, this channel is going to be next. Let's measure and cut. And a half to 2 by 16 and a half. Is up there. Now you want 2 inches of that. Are there prostrations in daily Jewish prayer? Good question. Good question. In contemporary Jewish prayer, there are moments in which we bow. Particularly during the Modim prayer, which is during the Amidah prayer. In most contemporary Jewish practice, we do a full prostration, like bowing, like getting down to the ground, only on Yom Kippur. But we bow. We bow like halfway down daily. During the Amidah, this is about 10, but also about 2. And that is more than 10. About 2. Great. Oh, we also bow during Baruch Hu, which is said a few times, but in the third prayer of the day in Ma'ariv, there's a call and response, and as we respond to that, we bow. In response to Matt's question, Seekers of Unity, all of the above. All of the above and more. Okay, next measure. Up here. I'm going off camera. It's about 2, and that's about 6. That works. Try that, might be a little thin. You might have to double this up. All right, that worked. You're very welcome. Oh. Yes, thank you, Michael. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame that there's a character limit here, and that it's all over text. That is a shame. I've been bemoaning that from day one. Which of the Besh's innovative practices resonate with me the most? I think the Besh's call to a radical sincerity in our relating to God and each other. That's a really powerful shift. Kim says, "Hi Zevi. Showing more hands-on practice on yourself with this current project we're working on. I have this perception of being more interested in intellectual fields." I appreciate that, Kim. Yeah, we're seekers of unity. We unite the practical, hands-on with the intellectual and the abstract. We're here building vans and talking theology. It's all one. Oh, I caught you there. You owe me big time. You guys almost all went for a tumble. Don't say I didn't catch you. I know last time I didn't, but... Okay. 2, 5, 10. Is that enough? All right. Cool. Let's measure and cut. Let's rinse and repeat. Two by 18. We're gonna need a new slice. Because we are %. 2 by, what did we say, 18? 18 and a bit. All right. Such a cool sound. Get a new choke. All right, we got a new slice, people. We got a fresh slice of rock candy. Totally. Okay. 2 by 18. 18. That's 19. And that is 2. There's our chunk. Sweet. Last one for here. Let's measure and cut. That looks like 11 to me. Solid. All right, we gotta do the top. Let's flip around for now and continue with the bottom. And we'll do all the tops. Wow, that light right over my head is not flattering in the slightest. All right. Let's measure and cut. What's that, 12? 11 and a half. Also by 2 and a bit. All right, I'm gonna cut 11 and a half by 2 and a bit. That's a funny question. It's a funny question, Michael. Advice on visiting an Orthodox shul respectfully. Dress appropriately for the house of the Lord. And if it's Shabbat, don't have your phone out. It is interesting, Michael, about this question about sacrifices, because in the biblical text it says many times that the sacrifices are a pleasant fragrance to God. Reach nichoach laHashem. Yeah, smell is an interesting subject. Yeah, there's a way that our own tables become altars and sacrifices if we elevate that energy to the divine by doing good things with our energy. We can make a pleasant, fragrant smell for God. Let's measure. 18 and a half. By about 2. And a half by about 2. It's odd to frame the actual mystical question. Well, you can frame, you can question, you can do the actual question. Totally. Yeah. This world is a noisy place, and mysticism requires silence. Sunday, yeah. We won't be building on Shabbos. We'll be resting. There's some time tomorrow, Friday. Who knows? Maybe. Sweet. All right. Let's do these upper cavities. Thank you, AY. God bless you too. Two and a half. Two and a half by 24. Am I in full vacation van build mode? No, like quasi. I still have work that I'm doing. Kind of working first half of the day, van building second half of the day. I also just finished teaching for 2 months in Jewish summer camp, BCI. Sweet. Good fit. I don't know how big this cavity is, so I'm just gonna feed this piece through and see how far it goes. Where'd the other edges? Well, that was cool. It went like all the way up till here. Nice. Okay, last one is up here. Yeah, I was teaching over the summer. Now I'm doing some content work. Shalom Zevi, says Joshua. love to inquire about introducing you to a rabbi of mine. Perhaps how it could lead to more life. Always down to meet good people. That's something like, oh, that's thin. That's very thin. 10. Maybe 2. 10 by 2 and thin. Let's try that. I might have cut that in the wrong direction. Well, that works. That works all right. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. Let's switch to this side. I don't recognize the channel, but I'm open to check it out. What's this plastic doing here? Huh. I don't know if we need this plastic, to be honest. Might do without the plastic here. We can go into our collection of things that came off the vehicle in case we have an interest in them later. Sweet. Oh. Ah. That's so funny. I didn't realize that was a switcher for more lights. That's too funny. Oh my gosh. Huh. I wonder how breathers are just on their own. Well, that's something. That's not nothing. And there's wiring. That's cool. Hey, Sruli. Long time viewer, first time catching me on the stream. How's it going? It's going great. We're doing good. We stripped out the whole van, dealt with some rust, getting insulation done. We have wiring on its way. We're making a mitzvah tank. Of course we're making a mitzvah tank. What else? What else could we be making? Okay, let's bring our lights back. But that's so cool that we have these in-house lights. I was wondering how to turn them on. I didn't realize the switch was back here. Nifty. That's nifty. Okay, let's insulate up here. That's what we were doing, right? Before we get distracted. Okay, let's get here next. And let's do all the uppers basically. We're gonna measure, cut insulation, and fill it. That's what we've been doing now. That is 2.5 deep and something like 25 long. Oh, we're gonna have to go the other direction for 25. Let's see, what could we do? 21, 22, what do we get? Yeah, we can do that. What do we say, 2.5 this time? Yeah. A little more maybe. 2 3/4. Well, that's kind of thin. Maybe we should cut that in half. Sweet. Looks good to me. No, that's not it. That's too small. There we go. That's better. Next one up here. Nine. No, that's 10. More like 6.5 or 7. Yes. Sweet. Next up, right here. $13, $14. Sweet. Let's go 22. Lost one. Appreciate that. I don't think you guys are an interference at all. I think you guys are actually very helpful and encouraging. $17. Two. All right. This is done. Done. All right. Okay. The only other thing we want to look at are these channels. These channels down here on both sides, and the door. And then maybe a little in the front cabin. But we're doing pretty good. Thank you, Spring Roll. I'm glad to see that there's progress. For me, it seems like we're not going anywhere because it's so incremental, but for people that are popping in and out, I guess you can see that we're making progress, which is great. Yes, I am following some sort of plan. I have a list of what needs to get done in stages, and after installation will be wiring and subfloor also. Huh. I technically could do subfloor at any time. I was gonna do subfloor. I guess I got distracted with installation. But I guess it wasn't. I guess this is a fine order too. Yes, we have plans. Let's have a look at if the sliding door, because we did the back door already. Let's see if the sliding door needs any foam installation. A difference in sound? Yeah, somewhat. I mean, I'm still pretty much inside a large metal container, but there's probably, yeah, there is some more absorption going on, for sure. I'm looking forward to, once I insulate the roof, to feel a difference in temperature when the sun's overhead. Does anyone know what these are? I was trying to figure it out. Can we see that? Maria is looking better each day. Let's go. It smells kind of nice, like vanilla. What is this? Some kind of air freshener, maybe? Yeah, it smells like it. Well, I don't need those. They're gonna be, this roof is gonna be covered up. That's in there pretty good. It does smell nice though. Okay. Let's have a look at the door together. Let's see what's up with the door. I'm just noticing it's almost 10 p.m. Let's have a look at this and see how much work we have left in us for tonight before we turn it in. The door needs a bit of work, clearly. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-sees. Okay. So, this is a large area. It could benefit from insulation. How much of this can we use foam board for? These are kind of in the way. This is gonna be tricky to insulate. Like this whole thing is empty. as is this, but access is limited, partially because of the wires that are all here. I have an idea. Where's our tape measure? Oh, that was a serious. What's going on here? 7 by 3. 7 by 3. I'm kind of thinking to just chop out blocks and then just feed them through and then have one push the next. Let's try. That's one block. It actually feels like a really good size. What is this? This is 7.5 by 5. So we're gonna push it up into there, and then we're just gonna push it left. Oh, that's nice. And then that goes right into there. And then we can repeat that. And that's 7.5 right there. And then I can just push that down. So let's do chunks of 7. Let's see, 1 chunk, 2 chunk, 3 chunk, 4 chunk. 4 chunks of 7 by 5. 4 chunks of 7 by 5. Let's try that. Let's try that. We're getting creative here. 4 chunks of 7 by 5. Is that right? Can someone math that for me? What's 33 divided by 7? Where's my knife? Don't warn me. Don't. What's that line? Don't tempt me with a good time. 4.7. Oh, 4.7. So it's more like 5 chunks, you're saying? Oh, the lights just went out. Where's my knife? Here's my knife. Okay. What's 29 divided by 3? .6. What's 29 divided by 4? 7.2. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect. Seven. Seven. 7 and 7. Perfect. Great. All right, let's try it out. We are making this up as we go. Number 1, or number 2 actually, because there's already one in there. Let's turn that around and let's pop it in the chamber. And that is 2. All right, let's go for number 3. Turn that around and pop it in the chamber. And that is number 3. All right, it's getting a little tighter in there, I feel that. Let's see if we can fit another one. Turn that around. And just slide it down. Now, we don't really want to compress these too much. We just want them to kind of slide down. Sweet. What do I think of Alan Watts? I attended a gathering in the past year, and the discussions were on spirituality, and someone presented quoting in the post who mentioned him as an orphan. Yeah, Watts is a fun thinker. Watts is definitely a fun thinker. Okay. We have a very large cavity here, which is basically this whole triangle. Let's measure it and try and put something inside there. It's basically 14 by 14 by 11. Let's try that. 14 by 14 by 11. By 11. I'm struggling with this triangle shape. I actually need like a compass. What's the angle there? I can. I think I measured it out. I think I got it. It doesn't look super right to me, but I think it's right. Let's try. Yeah, that looks good to me. That looks right to me. Sweet. All right. I'm happy with that. What else we got? Okay, let's do this section here. That's funny. Yeah, right? Yeah, well, I didn't, the doors I didn't do. And there's also the ceiling struts. There's more cavities. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 struts, 6 struts. And then there's some front cabin, which I don't think I'm going to insulate all that much. Okay. Well, that's a great big hole. Let's fill that up. Excuse me. That's good. That's good to me. $15, 5. 15 by 5. Might be making a mess here. But it's something. We're all good, people. We're all good. We're just living with a lot of pain and fear and trauma and more fear. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Ooh. I'm gassy from the sardines. Amen. Ooh. Okay. We did this, we did this, we did this, we did this. That leaves us this and this for the XPS. Okay. Thank you, Amela. I think we're gonna call it a night? Question mark? I'm in my early 30s. Okay, I think maybe we're at the end of our stream for tonight. Yeah. Might be time to call it quits for the evening. We got a full day tomorrow. Or half a day. And we'll be back with more van building. Love you too. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I think so. Because we have some more foam to spray. I should pick up some more spray foam. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining. Lila Tov. Be well. Thanks for joining. It's been a blast. Today was a fun day. Today we had a whole interesting host of people join us. Wow. A real mixed bag. out.